Going for it here. She's such a person.
Okay, ready?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and salute the flag
of the state of New Mexico and the symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Garashambo?
Wait a minute.
We're supposed to,
Call the meeting order,
yep.
and then we're gonna do the installation. Okay, let's do. We are now going to do the installation of the new board members. We have Honorable Johnny Valdez presiding over us. Over this.
Somebody has the paperwork. I hope, I trust.
Yeah, it's somewhere here.
Elaine's gonna save you.
In my office. Let me go grab it.
We'll do this first and then we'll go right through.
There's all three of them.
Yeah, do you want to do them individually? How do you want to start? I have Francie Lee first on top. If you would come up here.
Nancy, do you want the Bible?
I would love the Bible.
If you can have somebody to hold it for you, if you
May
want.
my son hold that for me?
Absolutely, whatever you want.
Two hands. And then I get to place my hand on it.
You raise your other hand. You just repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Francie Lee,
Do solemnly swear that I will support
do solemnly swear that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United
and
States
the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of the state of New Mexico,
of the state of New Mexico,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and
impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of school board member
of school board member
on which I am about to enter
on which I am about to
to
enter
the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Mr. Guy Trumbull? Do you have anybody, sir, that you would like to?
That's okay.
Very good. So raise your right hand. I,
I,
please state your name.
Garashambo,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of
of
the State of New
the
Mexico,
State of New Mexico,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of school board member
of school board member
on which I am about to enter
on which I am about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walter, out of mute.
All right, I want my grandchildren to come out.
And
my wife. There you go. Grandchildren.
That is so great. Are you ready?
I,
Please state your name.
I, T. Walter Jaramillo,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and the laws
and the laws
of the State of New Mexico,
of the state and the laws of the state of New Mexico,
and that I will faithfully
and I will faithfully
and
impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of school board member
of school board member
on which I
in which I
am about to enter
am about to enter
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
If I could have you sign that. Just sign it all and then- Thank you very much. I'll let you do your business. Congratulations to all of you.
So much. Thank you.
Now,
Now,
do roll call
Dr. Gar Shamble,
here.
Emily Hunt Daly. Walter Jaramillo.
Here.
Francie Lee,
Present.
Ron Ortiz.
It's the first time. There's a quorum. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes, Mr. Whiter?
I do have one change. I would like to remove item 7B that was a carryover from our last agenda, and we actually did that action item in December.
Good.
I removed it on yours.
Oh, okay. Is there a motion to that effect to include the amended deletion? So moved by Emily Hunt Daly. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve the agenda as presented.
Dr. Guy?
Yes.
I have a question
Yes.
about this. If there was something that I wish to address, do I address that prior to voting, obviously, in order to make sure that we get it? Or is, my understanding is that I also have an opportunity to ask for something to be changed on the agenda, correct?
Yes, if there's a change in any of the existing agenda items, you would bring that up at this point. If it leads to an amendment to the agenda.
Okay,
You can't add another item.
correct. I know that it's not an addition.
Okay,
So at this point, I would, Mr. President, I would ask to remove, section 6, item B. And my basis is that based on paying attorney an hourly rate, I believe section 6, item B is cumulative and a waste of resources, and ask that it be removed from the agenda. I would like to state that we are elected officials and have had many hours of mandatory training, have attended 2 conferences, as well as having many other resources and experiences to draw from, and do not believe an attorney is needed to direct our behaviors. My understanding is the board attorney acts on our behest, not the other way around. And so I would ask that that be removed. And then I would also ask, Mr. President, that I move to remove portions or subject matters as listed for discussion in the executive session. Namely, the section in item, the executive session, item which states in part, setting expectations from new board members and superintendent board relations, and receive report on charter school application pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 of the Open Meetings Act, and best practices for setting expectations for new board members and to conduct evaluation of superintendent as at follow-on meetings. Permissible communications between board members and between board members and the administration and or employees consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities, and regarding superintendent board relations along with section 10, item 1. These subject matters need to be removed from the agenda until we get an opinion from the Attorney General on the appropriateness of placing these items in executive session. Many of these items are cumulative and should not be discussed behind closed doors, and others are completely irrelevant and inappropriate to our business as an elected school board. I am also sure that the board is aware that any violation of the Open Meetings Act can result in a misdemeanor conviction and up to a $500 fine to the individual, not the organization. These items that I have specified do not seem to fall in line with Open Meeting Act expectations, and should I should ask also why we are not discussing these board expectations, responsibilities, best practices with the board and superintendent relations, the proposed board training schedule as listed under section 10, item A on the agenda.
section 10. You're referring to the board, the agenda items, all those meetings down below.
I'm referring to in the executive session.
Okay.
That I believe the majority, what I read, should be able to be covered in the
10.
proposed January, 26th proposed board training. That it does not fall under the Open Meetings Act exclusion, so therefore it would not fall in executive session.
Are you leaving any elements of the executive session to remain?
It would be
The first part of it, right?
limited personnel matters to review
Let me
and
just listen
discuss
to her
with the
first.
superintendent and the superintendent's evaluation is instruments and ongoing process and then providing feedback on superintendent's performance. But going below that, starting with setting expectations from new board members and superintendent board relations, and receiving a report on a charter school application pursuant to section 10, et cetera, of the Open Meetings Act. And then discussing the best practices for setting expectations for new board members and to conduct evaluation at following on meetings, permissible communications between board members and the administration and or employees consistent with the Open Meetings Act. Regarding the superintendent board relations, that portion there, all of that would very easily be addressed at the January 26th meeting as opposed to executive session. Because those are not listed as exceptions.
In the agenda, I see it says at the last line there, if you notice on executive session, it says orientation to process and timeline for superintendent evaluation. That seems to follow with the first part. So you're saying that is, that we can have an initial orientation. It says number 1, orientation to process and timeline for superintendent evaluation. That's a discussion of the, it's not actually the evaluation, it's just having us meet a discussion where individual board members have a chance to discuss and clarify and ask questions about the process. There's no decisions made. It's basically what I can tell from here is just initiating the discussion, which as you may, in this beginning of the school year, typically there's the annual evaluation of the superintendent.
Correct.
And this is the 16th. So in the past, we had a meeting in the first part of January, but due to the delay of having school start, our first board meeting is today. So it would be, I think what you're saying is to limit personnel matters to review, and I'm trying to find that section, to review and discuss with the superintendent's evaluation instrument and ongoing process, providing feedback and superintendent's performance. That's what you say is understandable. Then you had identified another section that might be appropriate to discuss. Which section was that?
So I'm just gonna use my paper so I have my notes here.
Can you
And can follow that.
possibly underline it so that I can?
Correctly.
Okay.
Is anything after discussion?
Well, it's
Okay, so if we go line for line. If we go line for line, setting expectations from new board members and superintendent board relations, and receive a report on charter school application pursuant to this section of the Open Meetings Act. This portion should be removed because it does not fall under the exceptions of what. And then discussions of that would be accurate right here and the feedback. So this would be, this would be kept in, this that I just circled right here. But then having been told best practices for setting expectations, conduct evaluation, and at follow-on meetings, and then permissible communication, that also should be removed because that is not an exception to the Open Meetings Act. This here, of course, would be included. And then I'm moving to strike this as well, because orientation to the process and timeline for the evaluation would also fall under this. I'm asking for this to be removed here because it's redundant to be doing that two times.
So let's make sure we've got this right, okay?
Okay,
Limited personnel matters to review and discuss with the superintendent's evaluation instrument and ongoing process, provide feedback on superintendent's performance. Period.
correct.
And then discussion regarding superintendent's evaluation, feedback, and best practices for,
No, this would be stricken. So it would be and feedback, period.
okay, I see what you mean. Discussion with the school district's attorney regarding superintendent's evaluation feedback. So
And then,
actually, this one is already redundant if we just do this.
correct.
Um,
So
best
this would
prac-
be stricken also.
Okay. So we would have limited personnel matters to review and discuss with the superintendent's evaluation instrument, an ongoing process, provide feedback on superintendent's performance. Discussion with the school district's attorney regarding superintendent's evaluation and feedback. Okay,
Mhm.
and then threatened litigation, I'm reading only the sections that would, you're proposing
Correct.
to remain.
Right,
Threaten-
and that would be starting consistent with the Open Meetings Act, board authorities.
Oh, right here,
Yeah,
consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities and regarding superintendent's board relations as pending or threatened litigation.
this is stricken here because the board relations regarding pending or threatened litigation pursuant to sections of the Open Meeting Act.
But we do say this.
Yes, correct, absolutely,
so-
absolutely, yes, sir.
So let's make sure, because I don't have my right glasses. So this would include permissible communications.
Yeah.
This, you're underlining it, so it kind of makes.
I know, here, okay. Do we have an extra copy of
Yes, we
the
do,
agenda?
right here.
Because here,
Wait a minute,
Okay.
yeah, right here.
okay.
So,
What we would, I'm gonna strike what I have right here. So limited personnel matters, review discussion with the superintendent's evaluation ongoing process, provide feedback there. And then this would be crossed out.
okay, then we just leave this in here, right?
Charter school application pursuant to Open Meeting Act regarding superintendent evaluation
That
and
would be
feedback.
staying.
And then this gets removed here.
Oh, stop,
Yeah,
right there. Right,
correct. And then consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities regarding superintendent, no, we don't put board relations. Because we're not
as
talking about,
pending or threatened litigation.
yes, consistent
We just put
with,
this right here, right?
yep. And then we would remove, and then remove that,
So this, so
correct,
right here, I'm gonna lock this in.
yes. Correct, because
This
this,
is
I'm
already-
stating,
Is already
and
gonna
all
be
of
addressed
this
in
is
here.
going to be addressed, but this is where it's really gonna be addressed.
Well,
in the proposed meeting.
It actually is addressed up here too.
Correct. I understand what
So
you're saying.
what,
Yes,
so
sir.
actually this doesn't need to be said because we're gonna say it here and then we're gonna go down
Correct.
there.
Correct. So that's correct.
So do you have a recording on that? Okay. Well, we'll make sure. Okay.
Thank
Let
you,
me
sir.
restate that again, and it says limited personnel matters to review and discuss with the superintendent's evaluation instrument, an ongoing process, provide feedback on superintendent's performance.
Mr. I do have a Robert rule of order. Although her discussion has merit, I think that, and maybe they don't know that, but if we have problems or concerns with the agenda, then we have that opportunity to call ahead of time to make and discuss those changes rather than use board meeting time to correct the changes. They should have already been corrected before the board meeting happened. Because we're given ample time to give us an agenda, and if there's something we don't want on there or we need to add, then that, as a board member, that's our responsibility to contact Ms. Lorraine or Mr. Widener or the president to discuss that. Because it's things that shouldn't be discussed at the board meeting. We have an agenda, and if there's anything that needs to be removed, then yes, we vote on that, but not to change the entire wording of something. We should have done that prior to this board meeting, because I got the agenda last week. So if I had any problems with it, I would have called last week and said, Dr. Guy, we don't need to do this, or we shouldn't do this, and stuff, make those corrections. So I'm just wondering that we can do this before the actual board meeting happens to make sure that the agenda is correct, because it's our responsibility to keep in contact with Dr. Guy and Mr. Wider and any changes to the agenda. So we're not using valuable time to discuss wording and what's at fault with the agenda. Although I understand, and this is really good for new board members, and I think that's the reason why we have Mr. Sanchez, because we don't even, this is my third term. There's still things I learned from Mr. Sanchez. There's things I learned when I go to the board conferences that I know are not, that I don't have authority to do. So it's always good to be reminded and to be, and to have the information given to us, even if it's, once or twice a year, because we can't always remember the things that we learn at board conferences. We learn by experience. And even with the makings and the continuation and the running of school districts and stuff. I'll give you an example. I didn't know that I couldn't go visit the schools, that I needed to check in with the principals or with the superintendent. I didn't know that. When I first got elected, I was at the schools visiting whenever I felt like it. And then I go to a board training or get told by Mr. Sanchez, "Oh, you can't do that. It's not your responsibility. It's not where you have authority." So I'm just asking, is that?
Sort of an okay example is just that, well, let's do this and refine this and see if this will work for us at this point in time. I'm going to read the amended, and then we will still do the executive session. We will have a focus on the evaluation.
Yes, sir.
And then we will, you're saying that you also in the preceding deletion of basic board responsibilities, you're feeling that you are getting information sufficient for you to understand what the board duties are and so forth, and can defer that to the training that's going to go on in the latter part of this month.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I understand. So right now, what I see is two changes to the agenda. One is to delete the item presentation on basic board responsibilities, as that will probably be covered
Correct.
and are being covered now by you individually and also at the subsequent training that we'll have,
And the prior trainings. we had.
and future trainings we'll have.
And like I
Yes,
said, they
sir.
also gave us a book here
Yeah.
to go to. I don't know if you went to this book earlier, but this is pretty much the Bible.
Yeah.
A guide for board members. It tells you if there's how do I say, like a union, there's a union involved, and if there's a strike to happen, you just go to this book. This is a national, this is a national, we're not in Las Vegas, it's the national school board. And so this one got in Santa Fe, right, in Albuquerque, and like I said, do I get to, my turn to speak, or?
Hold on a second, let's make sure we've got this correct, okay?
Yes, sir.
And so I'm gonna read this to make sure that we got this. It said, limited personnel matters to review and discuss with the superintendent's evaluation instrument, an ongoing process, provide feedback on the superintendent's performance. Discussion with the school district attorney regarding superintendent's evaluation feedback. Consistent with the Open Meetings Act and board authorities. As pending or threatened litigation pursuant to section 10-15-1H7 of the Open Meetings Act and under the act, attorney-client privilege in anticipation of, and to prevent future litigation, no action will be taken, only the items listed will be discussed.
Correct.
And that's the extent of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, and those are your proposed amendments.
Yes,
We
sir.
do have to vote on those amendments.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll go back to vote on the final master amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Any other comments?
Like.
Yes,
Ms. Katie said, we should have this all ironed out before come, like I said, we didn't have a chance to look at the agenda, we didn't, you never gave us a call, I never heard from any of you guys. We showed up today, I got this agenda probably 24 hours, what was the time frame for this agenda to come out?
the
I
agenda
never
comes,
saw the outline, like she said, I never saw the draft of it before it was finalized for 24 hours.
the agenda was posted by Friday.
So how will we make changes between now and Friday?
That,
Right. That's
With
what,
you.
that's why this was
that's,
brought up.
that's one of the reasons why I'm
It
saying,
was brought up
let's,
now.
let's do
In
this
the
now.
future,
In the
yes.
future, we can say,
We can fine tune.
we can also suggest that we get the agendas out, say by Wednesday of the preceding week. What the law says is that you have 72 hours prior to the board meeting.
Well, if there's the preliminary one, it'd be easy, so we at least know what is on there, or maybe we suggest, we should be able to have a suggestion of what would be on there.
Absolutely.
The other thing I have is, the executive session reminds me of legislative bill that somebody would try and throw at me, and just put a bunch of stuff in there and want me to vote on it. It should have bullets, she had trouble separating everything.
What
even
you were
I.
seeing us
So
doing.
each one should have been, had a bullet, this is one discussion, there's a whole bunch of discussion in here, but it's not A, B, C, or D. Right?
Very good. So those are very worthwhile things that we need to think about when we start to fine tune.
That would make it easier for her to be able to kick it out. Like I
As you
said,
can-
I don't know if you've been in legislation, but sometimes they'll try to get bills
Yeah.
to Congress or state, and that's how they do it. You put it in there, and then you vote on it, and then it's too late. And you can eliminate it because it's thrown together, it's not in bullets, it's not A, B, C, D, or however, 1, 2, 3. At the bottom, there's a 1,
Yes.
so
So,
that got in there, I don't know.
so what you're saying, it would look more like the other items that you see which are
So it's easier
enumerated.
for us to decide if we want to talk about it, or, and not only that, or we can bump it to the next meeting.
That's true too, on anything, if there's a need to delay things. But right now, what we're trying to do is to move forward to tonight. So right now, we have a proposed amendments, one, and I'll combine them together.
Right.
Amendment to delete
See, it's confusing. You can't say
Section-
A,
I'm trying to go back
Right,
to the
If they were separated, you know. it was
board
very-
presentation B,
Correct.
and to modify the executive session as you and I stated,
Correct.
okay? And what we will do is to, when we go into executive session, we'll then, whoever is going to be the president will restate what the actual focus is going to be on. But we already kind of have an idea, it's gonna focus on just getting ourselves ready for, and it gives him an opportunity to have us all working together to figure out, okay, what's the game plan? Get some broad stroking in on what the evaluation process is all about. We don't want to take an hour to do this. It should only be a short initial preview of what's to come, because the other items will then address those as we meet to discuss that. And we basically follow the board's policy, which states what we need to do. And then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
And like she says, she wants to strike these, but she actually wants to move them, but we really don't know how to move them. And if they would, like I said, next time we'll have A, B, C, because well, I want B to go to our other meeting, or C, you know.
Well, that
So
can be,
now we can vote on what we've discussed now.
yeah,
correct?
is there a motion to amend the agenda as stated?
I'll make a motion to amend the agenda as stated.
I'll
Is
second
there a
that
second?
motion.
A motion has been made by Walter Jaramillo to amend the motion, amend the agenda as stated, and there's a second to that motion. Any discussion?
Are we just eliminating the wording?
Yes, we're just eliminating the wording and focusing the executive session on the primary purpose, which was an orientation on the superintendent's evaluation process and timeline.
Making any of the items?
Well, we're not going to discuss those items that are not related to that topic, which is basically superintendent evaluation, and that's it.
Okay, because I understood that she wanted to eliminate the orientation by our attorney.
Well, what I understand that Board Member Lee has said is that that is already being addressed in the first portion of the executive session, which discuss evaluation instrument and ongoing process.
Correct.
So it doesn't
So
have
it's
to
a
be,
redundancy.
it's sort of like it repeated itself. And
Correct.
she's also saying we also will get to that in subsequent meetings.
Correct.
Once we, in this executive session, we will probably highlight, okay, what are we gonna do? That's probably some of the basic structures we want to have everyone understand, and that some of these meetings that are listed in the agenda items, future board meetings, we will make sure we provide ample time for the board and for the superintendent to make sure that it is systematic, it is logical, fair, and objective, and all that kind of stuff. Seeing no discussion other than that, roll call, please. Roll call.
Okay. Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes,
Hunt Bailey,
No,
no? Mario,
Yes.
Francie Lee,
aye.
Ron Ortiz.
motion carries. Now, let's go back to the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second? I'll second. Seconded by Ron Ortiz to approve the agenda as amended. Roll call.
Okay. Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Nay.
Mario,
Yes.
Francie Lee,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Motion carries. Okay, now, let us continue. Citizens to address the board.
Dr. Archambault, there are no citizens to address.
Okay. Let's go down to 4, election of officers. Board members, you have, there's board policy that describes the officers of the board, and I see there is a set of materials here that describe the board officers. And the first one, it describes the president, and it's fairly brief, but this is from our existing board policy. The president presides over all meetings and conducts meetings in accordance with the New Mexico law, Secretary of Public Education rules and policies of the district, calls special or emergency meetings, consults with the superintendent on the agenda for each meeting, encourages and maintains orderly and democratic participations, keeps all discussions factual and on the subject at hand, allows for full and complete explorations of each item of business. The president may not act for or on behalf of the board without prior specific authority from a majority of the board, and the president shall perform other duties as assigned by the board or required by law. The the State School Board Association also has some additional information, board training on presidents too, so that is available, but that is what that person is charged to do. And that individual works in concert with the superintendent for carrying out the duties. So the first, what we will do is we will seek nominations for the president, and there's no need for a second. And so what we'll do is I'll say the nominations are in order, and then we will get the nominations of individuals. And after a bit of time, if I feel that there's no other nomination, then I'll say the nominations are closed. And then we will take a vote. And if there's more than 2 persons, then we will just take the first person who was identified, who was nominated, and take a vote on that individual. If that individual gets 3 votes, then that is a majority, and that person is then duly elected as the president. Once that occurs, then that individual immediately assumes responsibility for the rest of the agenda, and then proceeds to entertain motions for the remainder of the agenda, the officers, and et cetera. Are we ready to do that? I now entertain nominations.
Do you have like a discussion or just a discussion?
Do you wish to have discussions?
Well, I just have a question.
Sure.
I mean, I know that the board, we can reorganize every month if we want, is that correct? Because if we're not happy with how things are going, will we be able to reorganize? I mean, or will we have to wait a year? When do you reorganize?
Typically,
Once a year, every election, you know, we have to know this.
the way the policy reads, it says that the organization occurs at the beginning of the year. But that's referencing a calendar, that's referencing the school year.
So we have it in policy that says it.
Yeah, it says school year, and
Because I know that you can do it every month if you want. I mean, they do it in Congress all the time, and they can go
Well-
back and say, you know, we have a recall. I'm just saying,
I
how long
couldn't-
did this person take this seat? That's
I
my,
couldn't tell you that, because I think we've had occasions when we've done it at different times. But I don't think we've ever attempted to get immediately dissatisfied within 2 weeks and boot them out.
yeah. Oh, you gotta give them time, but I'm just wondering what that is. And, you know, like I said, I did research and reorganizing the board does not affect the conduction of the school, or the city, whatever. So even though we reorganize here, the superintendent and all the rest of the school are still doing their job. It doesn't matter if we reorganize here, just like you said, they're just, or whoever it is just a head. And conducts the meeting, we decide where the money goes, but actually it doesn't interfere with the regular business of the school. That's what I understand. That's what we could actually-
The officers are meant to only manage the board itself.
That's what I'm saying, so it doesn't matter if we change presidents every month or vice presidents. I mean, I just wanna make sure that we're not,
We are only governing our roles and our functions as you probably will see as you read further and become more acquainted with the roles and duties, is that we only manage how we organize our policy decision-making or any other decisions that are allowed for us to entertain. And that's prescribed. There's nothing else that we would do. We have to do these through, and since you've been on there, you know that that we have to have an agenda with a specific time, as the OMA says. And then our policy states that we have, we follow the statute, what the statute says about the scope of our duties, our authority. And that basically is,
I understand that. I'm just saying that even if we down the road decide to reorganize, it wouldn't affect the progress of the schools.
no, because we will just follow the policies that are set forth for Board of Governance.
Could we ask Mr. Sanchez, maybe?
Mr. Sanchez, am I about correct? You are here.
Your policies contemplate that you can elect officers and they can serve in that position all the way through their term. And Mr. Army was right, if somebody wants to put it on the agenda, you can put it on the agenda to reorganize it anytime.
So
As long as it's on the agenda.
So what I was interpreting is that originally we were going to put all of the officers, and then it appeared that it was only to be done at the beginning of the next school year, so we took that up. But then if a board, like he said, if board members are expressing an interest to reorganize, then we put that on the agenda, and that's what we did at this point.
Our policy doesn't state school year, it just says year.
It says year.
Correct.
Correct.
So that's up
So we're-
for interpretation, correct?
Yeah, and so we probably, bottom line is we have the opportunity to change whenever we feel that there's a need to change. But typically, we probably will,
Most of the time you don't.
you just stay with whomever you desire, and unless that person decides, if there's something happens and they decide to leave, things of that sort. That's, it's, any other questions? All right, I'm ready to entertain nominations for the office of president.
I'll nominate Francine Lee for president.
Okay,
Need a second, right?
no, we don't need a second.
I nominate Guy Shambo, Dr. Guy Shambo. Can I say a reason why? No? No?
Let's just leave it at that for the time. Any other nominations? Seeing none, we will now take a vote on the first nominee, and that is Francie Lee. Those who are in favor of Francie Lee being the president of the board, raise your hand and say aye. Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
I'll say aye.
Okay. That is a majority. There's no need for from what I can tell, there's no need to vote, because I wouldn't want, to do that. I think the board has made its choice, and you are going to be the president of the Grand Cebolla County School District Board of Education. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
If you need my assistance anytime, absolutely.
I need it right now, please. If you can help guide me through the next steps and making
We will all
sure-
coach ourselves through that, because I can tell you, they will help and we will help.
I appreciate
through that,
very
okay.
much.
So let's continue on. We're going to go to the vice president. And you may begin, and you may then now
Ask for
make it available in
nominations.
nominations.
All right.
And however you want to do it, however you want to say it.
I don't know how I want to say it, but I'll do my best.
Okay,
I would like to just say thank you very much for the opportunity to serve on this board. All right, at this time, I will open for nominations for vice president at this time. Are there any nominations for vice president at this time? Am I allowed to nominate as president?
There's no exclusion.
Limits.
Oh, there's no exclusion. I would like to nominate Walter Armio for vice president. Are there any other nominations?
Seeing none,
None. So now I would like to have a show of hands, all of those that are in favor of Walter Armio being vice president at this time. Raise your hand and say aye if you're in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
you could do it by acclamation too, I guess.
What do you mean by that?
Is that
Oh, there's nobody against,
Yeah.
so it would be,
by acclamation, you would declare that he is the vice president?
okay. By acclamation, I declare Walter Jaramillo as our new vice president. Congratulations, Mr. Jaramillo.
Continue.
And then at this time, I'd like to open for any nominations for secretary of the board. Are there any nominations for secretary?
Let's go through their duties to make sure that they're persuaded.
Yes, sir.
It's not a complicated responsibility. And neither is the vice president, but the vice president stands, will serve as the lead the board meetings whenever you're. So discussion between you two would be natural in the future. Secretary shall perform all duties as required by law and perform other duties assigned by, here I am pretending like I'm the board.
No, I appreciate you doing that. So the secretary, as Dr. Guy initially started stating, the secretary shall perform all duties as required by law and perform other duties assigned by the board. The secretary shall be responsible for all records of board meetings and shall assist the superintendent, custodian of public records for the district in providing access to these documents as required by law.
Okay,
So again, are there any nominations?
I would nominate Ron Ortiz.
Any others? So by acclamation, I would say that Mr. Ortiz is our new secretary of the board. So congratulations, thank you very much.
I'm going to turn something, let's see. See that? Stand up.
Okay. Okay. Correct, you made those adjustments there. All right, so now we're on to the board committees. And the item number 1 is responsibilities. And so who is taking care of the responsibilities? What do we do under that item? And then, because it's responsibilities and then it says selection of board committee members.
Would you like me to give an overview?
I would greatly appreciate that, sir.
The audit committee is, and we can find the language for that, but in essence, the audit committee is selected annually in order to to participate, have the board participate in the annual audits of the district, and that is a requirement. And so we typically will have two board members who will be a part of that audit committee. There may be other other members of the committee that would include staff or community members. So in this instance, though, we're only considering our board participants in that. The first committee, which is the audit committee. And the audit will, it's complex unto itself, so we will get a presentation. And so we will be informed and educated about what the audit committee does. We're at the last stages of the audit. So the cycle began last summer. And then it continues on with the actual audit occurring during the fall. And then reports come through. Then in the end, sometime in, this period of time, the state gets the audit report, and then we finally get the audit report. It's all confidential. And the superintendent will inform us when those things are due, and we have an audit firm that takes care of that. But we, as the board has a committee that consists of two board members and also and some representation of the community and staff. So what we're seeking is we can, right now, the audit committee was Emily Hunt Daly. Prior to the November election, Bob Hayes was the other person.
Right.
And my name is there only as a placeholder. Whether I am desired to be on that committee, it remains to be seen. But what we're saying is that if that is the case, that is only for an interim period, and my expectation would not extend it until we go out and the next cycle, for the next school year, we will then form the audit committee again. So that's the first committee. So, right.
Are we taking action in that we are asking members of the board right now
Yeah.
to,
Do you wish to continue in doing this? We've never had really any formal procedure. We do identify volunteers
so you acting as interim, as you said, as a
at this
placeholder?
period of time.
But I would then ask if anybody would like to take that position, or if Ms. Hunt Daly would care to continue on with that, correct?
Yeah, and this is near the end of it. Mr. Maldonado, am I correct? We're at the last stages, and so that person would be only on for
A short time.
a short time,
maybe a month.
maybe a month, and that's it.
Okay.
Now, I'm willing to do that for a month.
Me too. I guess I would ask then, Ms. Hunt Daly, you obviously will be staying on, correct? Or am I asking if
For a
she
month,
is?
for a month.
For a month.
And then, and Mr. Weidner and Mr. Maldonado especially will provide the necessary instructions to the board, to you, to the committee, and that's gonna come, it's really official.
Sure. And then if there was another person that is interested in being on the audit committee, and you're stating that you're interested, then do we vote, or what do we do at that particular juncture?
We've just said, we've never really
Had to
had
worry about
a
it?
worry about it.
Okay, well, I'll just ask if anybody would like to join Ms. Hunt Daly on the audit committee.
Well, we can do that once we get through this. I can be on it for a month.
Now, for the
And then you
month,
can
and
come
then
back
we
to
will
us,
do it.
then you can get to that.
Very good, sir. Thank
Is that-
you for clarifying.
Okay.
That's correct.
So what we'll do, Mrs. Lee,
Right.
the audit process started in the fall.
Right,
And so what they'll do is they're going to come,
Probably, so the exit conference from the auditor will be in about a week. And that's only for the audit committee. He'll go over some detail of the audit. And then it goes to the state auditor, and it's on, I forgot what you call that, where you can't view it or you can't discuss it until the state auditor clears it, which will probably take another month. So I'm anticipating that March, they'll be making a board presentation and giving you all the details. Then the audit starts back up in September.
Very good.
So my question is, why is it confidential? I mean,
It's
not-
confidential during the review period.
They,
Only during the review period, because the state auditor, so our auditor does his job and then reports out some detail to the audit committee. But we are embargoed from discussing it by law until the state auditor puts his stamp on it. And then it's published and in public. Anyone can view it on the website, and they come and they do a Zoom presentation and give us a presentation. That's the process that's outlined by regulation.
Unless like there's no issues, no confidence.
They
But
will.
there's laws.
And we will get a full presentation of the audit.
And you have a
The board agenda item, and he will tell you when we're gonna
Then
put
we'll
it
get the
on.
report on it.
Yeah, right, quite
Detailed
extensive.
financials.
Got it. So then budget committee and finance.
The budget committee is also the budget committee is basically the committee that has, you can tell me who the members are, but Ron and I have been the board members on that committee since been a long time. And so and then we have other committee members, and Mr. Weiner, you and Mr. Maldonado are overseeing that, and they can explain.
and annually, we will build our budget, looking at our FTEs, our bills, it's a whole process of building the budget, and it's based on the state funding that is provided. And so we would look to have board members there to help us drive the budget and, kind of what resources are we allocating to where.
And we also, if I can interject, we also invite stakeholders to be on that committee. It's more of an ad hoc committee, not for the board, but for the stakeholders. And so last year, for example, we did 26 different presentations on the budget. We had the budget committee worked with me. I think we probably met 4 or 5 times via Zoom to go over some of their priorities. I shared with them the details of the budget as it was being constructed. And so it's essentially an opportunity for us to get feedback from all the different stakeholders as we build the budget. And the biggest part of it is to be transparent in our process so that we're not doing anything and then we just bring it to you guys and have you approve it during one board meeting. That's the purpose of the budget committee. It varies. We've already extended invitations to the 2 Pueblos and to the Navajo Nation to have a representative on that budget committee. We'll start that committee meetings most likely 1st of March, and we'll go through March and April, depending on when we have to present the budget. Last year, we had an early budget, so it was April 15th, so we had to work fast. This year, I think it's gonna be a little bit later, but we have to have it approved by the end of May. So yeah, it's a fast-paced kind of budget, and I report back to, and I report the results to the finance committee each month.
What's the deadline to submit it to Ed?
I'm sorry?
What's the deadline?
We don't have that yet. So every district gets a new deadline every year.
And Mr. Maldonado mentioned the finance committee,
Yes.
and we meet regularly before board meetings. So that way, the representatives from the board know what is coming up, what bills we have, what we need to purchase, what emergencies we're facing. And so we try to run that through the finance committee before it gets on the board agendas.
That's the busiest committee.
It's,
How long has this audit company been doing the audits?
This is their 5th year. You can, so the law says that you can contract for 3 years and then you can get them another 3 years. And so we've had them this is our 5th year. We have 1 more year with them. We won't be able to contract with them after the next audit, so we have to do an RFP.
Thank you.
The Finance Committee, Madam President, I wanted to, is, the business items that come to the boards for board decision need to go through the Finance Committee, that's what it's referring to. The Finance Committee doesn't make decisions, it will take recommendations. Or it may not make it, it may just present to the full board, but recommendations for a range of financial things that is our domain as a board come to us for our review and approval by 5 board members. So that committee meets prior to the board meetings, and that is quite involved.
I imagine.
Yeah, so whoever's on that committee is almost is quite involved. And so Ron and I have been on these 2 committees for several years.
Thank you.
And I would prefer to have someone else have the pleasure of doing that. I was the president of the board at doing that at the same time. So it is possible, it does give a person grounding in the financial matters of the district. And the Mr. Widener and Mr. Maldonado are there, or if anyone else who needs to be a part of that presentation of these financial items, then they are there too. So those individuals would need to set up a schedule with the Mr. Widener and Mr. Maldonado as to when they're going to occur. So if you think that you want to, if we have our meetings on Tuesday, you need to have them the week before. So whoever wants to do that needs to arrange with the administration when those committee meetings are going to occur. And then in the past, we've had them in the mornings, because it just happens to meet our personal schedule. So there you go, in a nutshell.
Thank you, sir.
Do you wish to start with the budget committee volunteers or?
How often do they meet? How often does the budget committee meet?
Maybe 3 times during the process. They can participate in in any of the presentations that we give. But the actual committee, when I call the stakeholders together, typically it's heavy in the first month. And then as we construct the budget and we have more frame to it and we report out. So I would imagine 3 or 4 times or maybe an hour or 2.
So the budget year begins in July, so you do all this up to July, and then you start in July. with the
Well,
budget?
yeah, so the budget process starts typically at the end of February, 1st of March. And it's fast and furious all the way through April. It has to be, depending on our due date and when the meeting is for the board to approve it. We don't like to bring just one time to the budget in case they have questions. I have to be able to make changes and bring it back, so we have to have plenty of time. But the actual budget vote will be sometime in May or early June at the very latest, because it has to be up to PED. And then the budget year starts July 1.
Madam President, Mr. Maldonado makes an extensive presentation with PowerPoints and all that, so that it visualizes the timeline.
Correct.
So that'll be,
Come at a later date.
that'll come this in either January or February. He's gonna
February 6th.
start to outline the process and so it's not just ad hoc, it's basically quite structured.
So at this time, I would ask, correct?
Yeah, and I'm
If
just.
there is a budget, if anybody would like to serve on the budget committee, is that correct?
Yes, and I'm saying that I would respectfully decline and want a sabbatical for a while.
And I would recline too, because, I'm sorry. Because I think you two should get into the budget, get into the finance, and it'll show you where all the nuts and bolts are. And it'll really open your eyes.
Drive us nuts.
Oh, yeah, it'll drive you nuts. That's why I told you earlier that I trust that guy over there.
Yeah.
So.
Very good, and Ms. Daly, do you have any desire to be on the budget? Okay. Then I would
Ask
ask
him.
Mr. Harmio, would you care
I
to be on
would,
the?
like Ron says, you know, we're new to this.
Very good, and then I would also like to be on the budget committee, so is that an explanation?
No, it's just a volunteer, you just basically
Volunteer.
declare
All right.
that you are personally anointing yourself with this honor.
And they're also advising you that you guys should consider the finance committee, which
I
we-
was getting there.
So,
So then.
this all starts tomorrow, right?
So as
It's
far
either an
as,
hour or hour and a half, 2 hours at the most. Am I right?
so for the finance committee, Dr. Guy, are you,
Respectfully decline.
and Mr. Ortiz?
Decline.
Okay, and
Respect.
Ms.
no.
Hunt Daly
No.
also declines. So Walter and Frank, Walter, would you like to be on the finance committee? So Walter Harmio and Francie Lee will volunteer for the finance committee.
Thank you.
Excellent,
You'll learn a lot.
thank you.
Thank you. So,
No, thank you.
It's
a
base-
good
it's the-
learning
the foundation.
opportunity for us.
It's the foundation, there you go.
You can always call us if you need something. For sure.
How come they're not answering the
Sure
phone?
won't be a lot. But will you answer when we call, right, Dr. Guy?
That's an answer, anytime.
so she said she done it for 3 terms, what are the terms, 4 years or 2?
Four.
These, I don't think there's, I think we basically,
We just bring,
just continued without any, this is just, it's just a in-house volunteer thing, and so if someone isn't able to make it, then we have to go back and find someone else. Otherwise, you will bring it up again probably around this time of the year, and you will say, you know, you want, maybe 3 of us might decide we wanna take it on again, but I kinda doubt that. But it basically is our call, as to how we want to proceed with this.
Very good, and now I would say that we're moving on to presentations.
That's correct.
And now you and he will begin the dialogue.
So Mrs. Lee, we do have a couple of presentations. The first, we regularly have school site presentations. Schools come and present their dash plans, they present their data, they present how their school year is going. So without further ado, it's my honor to introduce Mrs. Valdez. She is the principal of Mount Taylor Elementary School. Her hair turned gray while she was waiting.
It's been a while, but we appreciate all of you, and we'd like to, no, I need to just like move this out of the way, or else you couldn't see me.
Camera needs to see
And the camera follows it.
you.
Yeah, as long as you.
So, but that, so this doesn't matter where it's at, right?
No.
Okay, good. I think you guys wanna see. But I'm not solo. Good evening, President, members of the board, directors, colleagues. I have our team here, our team of leaders. So I'd also like to introduce Vanessa Marquez, our assistant principal. Mindy Thayer, Mrs. Thayer, our instructional coach. Mrs. Patty Lopez was going to be here, our counselor, but she emergency. We have Jessica Gehill, our 4th grade teacher. Mrs. Yvette Martinez, our 3rd grade teacher. Mrs. Linda Tafoya, our 2nd grade teacher. Remind myself of your name every time. She's Lucy and she spelled off sometimes. And Mrs. Lacey Hadamio, our 1st grade teacher. Okay. So welcome, Mount Taylor, 23-24 school board presentation with how we're doing and what we're doing. That glimpse into our school year. Go. So with keeping in mind, we are taking care of students every single day. as we come into Mount Taylor, we want every single day. So from last school year, 5 school years ago, driving my kids to school, and we're every single day making good decisions, saying our morning message to our girls, and that's how I want any one of our other kids at our building to feel safe, happy, healthy, smart, and strong. And recently, we've been doing professional development along those same lines and researching and showing our staff tidbits in our emails. So we found
so a student believes that school staff care about them, their attendance, and individual well-being. We want for them to feel welcomed in our school, and we've done a lot to show that we care. We want for them to stay away from substance abuse, violence, emotional distress, and suicidal teens. We want them to eat healthy, physical activity, and we want them to care about their academics.
when we feel connected and at home, and stuff increases and that decreases. So last year, and at the end of each school year, going into the next school year, rating ourselves questions, root cause analysis, we find honest truth of how we're doing and where we want to continue to grow. And Mrs. Thayer, Mrs. Tafoya, and Mrs. Martinez, along with Mrs. Lopez, who is going to be here too, and myself, were at our root cause analysis and rating how we're doing, where we need to get better. And a lot of that was finding our number one desired outcome was that we want adults to provide a positive learning environment for all students to communicate to their parents on a regular basis. We want positive learning environments and communication where all the adults in the building are providing that. So leader setting expectations, leadership team, providing professional development, classroom management, leader conducting walkthroughs, and holding people accountable. That was our first desired outcome. Go ahead. Next desired outcome from our root cause analysis was teachers plan and implement targeted grade level instruction as a team with their regular education and special ed teachers together. So we wanted to make it cohesive that they were at PLCs together, planning together, feeling as a team to provide inclusion, supports, and moving from there. Go ahead. As we met and we knew that, there had been changes, a lot of changes in the past, we had been hearing that we need a plan or systems put in place or a handbook, things like that. We wanted to set those expectations. So from the get-go, as me and Ms. Marcus started prior to the teacher starting, we just wanted to lay out that cohesive plan and set those expectations.
So we revised the student handbook as well as the staff handbook. We created new discipline referrals. We made minor infraction referrals to help with discipline as well as student statements. We also created a PBIS flow chart so that the staff and students and parents know what to expect if their student is to get into any bad situation.
So they know if it's a counseling thing, or if it's a discipline thing, or if it's all of the things where it flows through. Go ahead.
So a little bit more about PBIS.
So going along with setting up systems and expectations, or having a plan put in place, is that we want to reward the positive. And PBIS is positive behavior intervention supports a school-wide plan and approach to school safety in rewarding and focusing on the positive, or reminders and talking through expectation of the system, of the expectation. And then having that plan put in place we set a system for every month to recognize these things.
And so we have like monthly assemblies with the whole school, all of the staff. Each teacher nominates a student in their class for the character counts characteristic of the month that we see in the classroom. The students get recognized, they are awarded a certificate and I believe a Roadrunner dollar. They get to use that for a popcorn or a pickle. And then we also get pizza. Pizza 9 has also donated certificates for a small child-sized pizza. We also recognize staff member of the month and a teacher of the month. And those teachers receive some flowers and I believe a gift card. And then we also, teachers are given tickets, and throughout the day, if you see a student exhibiting positive behavior or just really helpful, you give them a ticket and you put their name on it. And then at these assemblies, names are drawn at random for other small gifts, and we have them displayed in our hallway. So like there's basketballs or like Play-Doh kits, just fun little things that the kids are excited about.
And then the Laker.
Oh, yeah, and then, so our PE teacher, music teacher, and art teacher also give a traveling trophy to the class that they feel did awesome that month, or even individual students who maybe last month weren't doing too well, but this month they showed a real big improvement in their teamwork skills or just their behavior sometimes.
And we always say that's a part of, I feel like that's a part of systems and our expectations, because I always say I'd much rather reward, give rewards than consequences, but we will follow through and have those expectations. Along with setting our system. So one of the things that we felt we needed to work on was communication, and our leaders have done a great job in helping us do that. We do send a school-wide monthly newsletter along with teachers send their own classroom newsletters just out to parents. We send it on paper and we send it through electronic. And then we also have a calendar of events come. So every month we have different dress-up days, things like that. Those are all on the calendars of days that we're not going to be in school. So that way parents are aware of what's coming up for the whole entire month.
We also use technology to communicate with parents. So the school's real good about updating parents on Facebook, whether it's notifications or pictures of things that have been happening at the school. They also send text messages, robocalls as reminders. One thing that teachers use a lot of, it's real popular, is Class Dojo. That's one way we communicate with parents. Again, we often take pictures in our classroom, we take pictures of newsletters, send it out that way. I think we have some teachers that also use the Remind app. So that's how we communicate with our families.
Another thing we have really focused on is our community and relationships. We have our PTO, we had the Meet the Teacher Day open house. A real big hit this year was our Grandparents' Day. The students invited their grandparents to join them for, I think it was like a cookie and some juice. And it was really nice to recognize the grandparents because they do a lot for their grandkids. And normally, it's like Mom's Day, Dad's Day, but a lot of the grandparents came in really excited and happy because, they don't really get to see the school that often or things like that. We also participated this year in the Grants High School Homecoming Parade. Every elementary school made a float and we were in that. We also had a lot of our students join in on that float and they thought it was the best. We also, we started a thing called Roadrunner Recess where we invited the parents to come in and they were able to play games outside with their children. Like there was like cornhole, there was like giant Connect Four, there was dodgeball, basketball, lots of other things. And the parents also really appreciated that. I think after COVID, not ever being able to go in the school, especially the younger kids, some of those parents had never really got to see their playground or see their hallways, and they really appreciate that. We had Unity Day, we had Halloween parades, Red Ribbon Week. We've had the NMSU Extension Office come in with healthy eating classes. We did Thanksgiving dinner. We had the FFA students from the high school come in and read books during Christmas time to the littler kids. And then the older kid, they played volleyball.
They stayed,
Yeah. And then we had a winter carnival with games and fun activities. And coming soon, we're gonna have our egg to chick classes. That usually comes in that's from the 4-H office. They come into the first grade rooms with incubators and chicken eggs, and we learn about the life cycle of a chicken, and then we actually get to watch them hatch. And then we take care of them in the classroom for about 2 weeks, and then we send them on their way. And so that's only half of the year so far. So that's only we have another half of the school year to do a lot more things, which we're excited about.
And we also have coming up to the kindergarten festival. So this will be the 3rd year. And one of our kindergarten teachers is actually the person who proposed it and is the person behind it. And we're gonna actually host it at Mount Taylor this year. And it's a awesome event where kindergartners participate in different categories. There's a dance category, there's a poem category, creative storytelling, coloring, tanagrams, and different kindergartners from every single elementary in the district come and compete against each other to win a trophy. I think they get 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, and it's really cool. So it'll be, I think it's the 2nd week of March at Mount Taylor. We've been making lots of memories this year at Mount Taylor. Here's some pictures. We had a Christmas musical just a few weeks ago where every grade level performed 2 or 3 songs for the school and their parents. We also had a student council Thanksgiving food drive. We had our student council members, our president Avery Elkins, our vice president Noah Jaramillo, and our secretary Emma Baca, along with our other kids that are part of student council, went through and collected cans that students brought, and we had a ice cream party for the classes that brought in the most cans. So lots of excitement.
We won't talk about that either.
Which was a tie. Lots of excitement for the party. We've also had PTO moms come in monthly and do read-alouds. So instead of the kids going to their scheduled pull-out, they come to the library all together in the pull-out teacher support, and they discuss different character traits, kindness, just things like that, and they read to the students, and they really enjoyed it coming together like that. We also had Santa come visit us. I won't say who it was, but he came.
It's hidden, but the boy got, we highlighted the boy getting surprised rather than Santa phoning him.
Because he got a dog man book and he was pretty excited.
So we had a winter carnival during the month of December, and some students wrote their letters to Santa, and Miss Valdez really made it happen for a lot of those kids to get the things that they asked for. So when Santa came, he was able to give those kids books and dolls and babies and toys and things that they had wrote on their letter to Santa in the library that day, so.
And Jack in the
it was
Box.
really good. Yes. So, lots of memories we've been making this year. We've also had, the Roadrunner recess, lots of parents, grandparents coming out, doing lots of fun things.
Go back up one slide. I just want to highlight one other picture. Yep. So I'm gonna show you on this one. Right here, we had, during our Unity Day, we had 6th graders eat with kindergartners, 5th graders eat with 1st graders, trickled all the way down. So some of our 6th graders really said that was the best day of their year. They were that role model. They played, they interacted. We took out the yard games again because you know that's how our playground is. And but it was a lot of that positive interaction and role model. We saw this 6th grader, you know, sometimes we have talks with them, but instead we saw them carrying their tray for the littles, and it was super
He
cute.
literally carried her tray.
Yeah, and holding their hands out to hold their hand up.
So it's a request for the springtime again that will.
But I did want to read that. We are a partnership, a team working together to build a person for life to grow socially and academically.
Awesome. That's good.
Okay, we could keep going. Okay, so yes, we highlighted our making memories, our going back to our desired outcomes, staff expectations. Starts first and foremost with trusted relationships with staff and communication and making sure we all know the plan and what we're responsible for. So communication starts out, you know, seeing people, are my weekly emails, every single one of my weekly emails starts out with a shout out, with who is doing something awesome around the school and, or just anything and everything. So those are just a couple snippets from that. And so communication, weekly emails, our weekly PLC meetings, observations, feedback, and shout outs again. And I think that talks about everything else there. He was reading, he was involved. Did I leave anything out? Keep going, help us out.
So we do have weekly PLCs, myself and Ms. Valdez are there every week, and when Ms. Marcus can join us, because she's usually in IEPs on Wednesdays, we meet with every grade level during their pull-out time. So while their students are at Related Arts, they come and meet with us, and we go over Lexia data. Lexia is a routine intervention tool that the kids use on the computer, so we go over that, progress, minutes, how are their kids doing. We also look at AR, which is a Renaissance product, so students read library books or books from home and they take comprehension tests on them. And teachers set goals for them each month, and when you meet your goal, we usually have something fun for them to do. In the month of December, they got to make gingerbread houses if they had met their goal. And teachers also have exciting things as kids even just take a test. Sometimes they get a ticket or they get a sticker, they get a piece of candy just for doing well on that test. And it really encourages them to work on their comprehension. We also look at assessment data. We plan going off of our iStation, our STAR, our MASA data, how intervention groups and all those things are gonna work as a team with the grade level. It's a great time for us to sit down. We also look at programs, how to use them, new things that roll out from the district like Reflex, classroom management, all those things we can come together and discuss it once a month.
One thing that had changed with our PLCs is last year they were on Thursdays. It helped them being on Wednesdays as SPED teachers were able to join in between their IEPs and themes and help that cohesiveness of a team come together. Mrs. Lopez was going to be here and talk about her slide and how our SEL has been brought in as a wider school-wide approach. So of course, tier 1 is within classrooms and teachers within their classroom level from their daily morning meeting. I go into many classrooms with their morning meeting slides or jam boards asking or morning journals asking that question that's going to start that check-in or classroom discussion. And then, of course, lessons embedded and writing embedded, PLC and grade level meetings, as we talked about, are always wrapped up or started out with how are we reaching all students, and especially anything that we've noticed with specific at-risk level students, especially those that departmentalize, in case we see all things and come together with communication there. Mrs. Lopez, we wanted a system plan, like I said, and put in place for counseling and that group approach. So she decided to be a day of their pullouts, and when it's like, you know, they get two of music that week, the way that it rotates, art, music, PE, well, they had 2 of art. So she gets with their calendar and goes into either art or music, so we're not interfering with their movement of PE. And she has taught throughout the school year anti-bullying, anti-drugs, empathy, being a friend, managing your feelings, box breathing, mountain breathing, how you handle stress, and not becoming your feelings, just to name a few there. Also nutrition and sleep health, team listening and speaking, And then when we notice something from the behavior end with like a group of kids or a small group, then we're like, maybe we could use the therapy room or even Ms. Sayer's office if we need to pull them in for a small group session on peer mediation or being a friend or healthy relationships and things like that. And then, of course, so she does that on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, of course, that individual counseling support, whether it be grief, depression, at risk, or other things going on there.
So back to our PLCs, I said we do look over assessment data. We do have a few different points of data. We look at our Synergy assessments, which we take at the end of every quarter, which according to our DLP, students focus on standards each quarter. So the Synergy assessments assess how they did learning those standards, and that's K through 6th grade at our campus. Everybody takes a reading and a math Synergy assessment at the end of the quarter. We also this year just got back STAR reading and math, which we have many teachers so happy about because it does give great data, K all the way through 6th grade. Our kinder and 1st grade are taking the STAR early literacy. And once our 1st graders are ready and then 1st grade up are taking the STAR reading, which is great because it talks to our AR and it helps better set students' ZPDs, reading levels, their reading goals, all those things. So teachers don't have to kind of guess, you know, the program really places their reading levels where they need to be. We also have IMASA, which we take 3 times a year in preparation for the state test in the spring. And it's kind of nice, especially for those 3rd graders that have never taken a standardized test before, because they get introduced to the program, the way it works, just the layout of how you have to test. It's very formal. So the kids kind of get a feel of that before they take the actual state assessment. We also do iStation. iStation is mandated for K through 2, and we give our 3rd and up the opportunity if they'd like to take iStation just for data. I believe our 3rd and 4th take it monthly no matter what to get that data, and a few other grade levels have taken it at the BOY, the MOY, just for better placement of intervention and things. We also have summative and formative assessments in the classrooms. Teachers are always observing, giving end of unit tests, all those things. So we have lots of pointed data to look at as a grade level during PLCs.
So the next question being, what evidence can be provided that the intended curriculum / DLP has been taught? That starts out from lesson plans to more so grades, check grade in the grade book, what were the lessons, how were the mastery of those lessons and things like that, grade book, daily assignments, quarterly assessments, student work samples. When I walk into a classroom, I look at the board, at the, you know, what objective is there? Is that the objective being taught and the student work that's being done in class at that moment? And so this was just random, walked into that 4th grade class, that was the standard posted, that was what was teaching, and that was the work that the student had on their desk. So of course, what evidence, of course, growth with our assessments that Mrs. Thayer just spoke about, and I just spoke classroom walkthroughs and things like that. Go ahead, Dr. Martin. Mrs. Vigil is going to talk about a little bit more that Ms. Thayer spoke about our PLCs and intervention cycle.
Okay, so intervention is a big thing in our school, and when we have students who are not mastering the recommended standards, we have a whole plethora of stuff that we do for them. So for example, we will talk about what students are not mastering it. We'll look at our data. As I said before, we've used iStation, STAR, IMASA, BOY, and MOY. We have a bunch of information that we use, and then we level them. So grades 2nd to 6th grade are now leveling their students for the targeted intervention. So for example, 4th grade, we do a whole group based on STAR and iStation. Levels 1, that's our low students, so they'll go to one classroom and one teacher. Then our medians are level 2 to 3, they go to another teacher, and then our highs are level 4 to 5, and they go to a different teacher. And we all rotate during about a 45-minute period. And during that time, we will do targeted intervention where we'll do SIAP teaching strategies, or we'll do prerequisite skills and small group rotations, consistent interventions. We'll differentiate the material. We'll see where the students are having gaps, and we'll try to fill them as much as we can throughout the week. Okay, and then for the students who are mastering the intended curriculum, again, those are usually our high students. We've done readers theater where the kids will act out a play based on what the teacher is asking them to read. We've done writing, which will help ensure the skills that we're using for paragraphs and language usage, and we can develop that and expand upon that. We use Reflex, Frax, iStation, Zern, Khan Academy. We've used choice boards. We've connected everything with writing. We also do the same thing with math. We've had the kids do book reports, novel book studies. We use test strategies, comprehension skills, vocabulary, grammar. The students will also be leveled together as well to help with peer tutoring. Math is a big thing where we go back to a lot of our fluency skills and try to build up those gaps as well. And we could do it in small group rotations in our classroom where we use task cards and each one's got a station and you have different leveled students going through each and every station, helping each other and working together.
So talking more about what assessments are used, so we put an example of a primary, a middle, and an intermediate. This is a first grade example. Mrs. Jaramillo can talk more about how their data is analyzed.
So, for the iStation test, the beginning of the year in August, they all take this test. And, a lot of times they're very low, they score low. A lot of it could be, they have to take this on the computer, it's timed. That's a big part of it is timing of it. Cause if they, for 1 second, look this way, it's already timed out, so they have to go to the next question. So in the first grade room, we really have to explain to them, they have to try their best to focus, to keep your eyes on the screen as best as you can. You have to make sure we use the bathroom before, that way they're not. Because sometimes they'll just get up and leave and you look and their test is going and going. So we have to do a lot of, not just like helping them with like the standards that is being tested, but also learning how to take a test on a computer. It's really difficult sometimes for the little ones, kinder and first grade. So if you look here, you can see the very first bar, this one, shows the overall score. So overall, the beginning of the year, there was 43% that were scoring level 1. And then in December, we shrunk that to 23%. And also our level 1, or our level 5s, which is the highest, they also were not even on the map in August. But if you look in December, we got that to 12%, and then level 4 is 19%. So we had and it's pretty evened out compared to beginning of year to middle of year. After we take these tests, we look at the data. The test will tell you which standards and which students need help with those standards, so you can make little subgroups for our intervention time. We don't switch like the older grades, it's kind of a lot for the little ones. So we use like small groups, like we'll have one group doing a computer program, one group at the back table with me, and another group doing another activity. That's kind of how we run our intervention time, and we base it based off of our monthly iStation scores.
Okay, and then back to fourth grade, much like she said, we use our testing data to help with a targeted intervention. And you can see we use iStation as well. So you can see the beginning of the one and then
That was
just December, okay. So for example, our fourth grade class, we do STAR and iStation monthly so that we can continue to do our targeted intervention and see what standards the kids are having issues on or where we really need to push that in. But you can also see where we highlighted for our IMASA stuff, and just my scores alone for IMASA from beginning of the year to middle of the year, reading showed an increase of 61%, language usage showed an increase of 89%, and math an increase of 61%. And same thing with STAR reading, we went from November to January with a 39% increase in reading and a 56% increase in math.
So highlighting the STAR reading data to your right, like we said, we're very glad to have STAR reading back because you have the standards report that shows you exactly what standards and how they presented mastery, and then month to month growth cycle, which is a good motivator for students to know, you know, I was here and now I'm here, with it being color coded too. One thing that we showed them this data, and fourth grade is just one of those teams that we give them that data, and they were already like in the middle of the PLC, wait, do you have a highlighter? Let me analyze this, let's talk more about this. Go ahead, Ms. Thayer.
You could go on to the next one.
Well, I thought you were gonna talk about the yellow, go back. So the highlighted part.
The one in the middle with the highlighted, so those are the middle of year IMASA scores. And whenever you print the student information, it just gives the entire grade level. It's not like a teacher breakdown. So they, like Ms. Valdez said, they right away got the highlighter, started highlighting their own students to see if they have gone from the need support to near target or on target. And if they were, they even wanted to know the cutoff scores. How many points were they away from being on target or near target? Like she said, that grade level has done a great job working together to get intervention going, and those scores are really showing that. The next one is our sixth grade. Our sixth grade is departmentalized, so we do have a ELA teacher, a math teacher, and a science social studies. And they too are using their data to start intervention. And they're actually supporting math just to prepare our students for middle school. So our science social studies teacher is during intervention time supporting the math teacher, that way that they can have some more flexibility with the grouping and be able to support students filling those gaps for math. And you can see the top data right there, their beginning of year to middle of year for math is phenomenal. You can see that red line shrinking at the top, and our on target kids to perform on grade level for the state assessment in the spring went from, I think, is it a 5 to 22? So they've really done a great job.
And as
improving their math scores.
Sorry, as Ms. Jaramillo spoke about, you have those first grade behaviors, just needing test taking strategies. We also
Sixth grade.
battling, you know, some of those sixth grade behaviors with needing to be in school and want to do a good job every day. And you know, take the test seriously. This is really showing us what you know, and a lot of those sixth grade behaviors have been from the get-go. So to see this much growth, especially in math or all the way around, or just holding still and strong throughout reading was a big, that small success that was a big success that we want to celebrate.
And the standard report on the bottom is from STAR, which is nice to have those conversations with students and show them, this is you, this is how you did on this test, and they really can relate to the colors. It really speaks to them, and they want to see their line, you know, have some yellow and green in it, not just red. They want to see that and they want to do better, so it helps to have those conversations with them.
Madam President, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask a question.
I don't.
That's about it.
We're not at the question. I'm just kidding.
Ms. Valdez was waiting.
No, I know Miss Thayer.
She and I have
Oh, no, it's
a
really good.
long-standing relationship. She knows.
That's why.
That's why she ducked down and did.
She's my star teacher, principal, et
Yes.
cetera. So what I gather, these are IMASAs, the horizontal bars,
Yes.
and then the table are those
Standard, or the
The
bottom.
bottom, the colorful is.
underneath sixth grade.
Oh,
It's
this,
all sixth grade. This is all sixth grade.
I know.
so this is STAR. This is a growth report.
Okay.
So it shows the students first, when they first took the test in November, when they took it
Oh,
now in
would
January.
you use the other point?
Yeah, can you
Yeah,
use that? We
So-
can't see
We have
this one.
3 screens.
So,
See on mine.
this is IMASA, so this is math and reading for sixth grade, the top being the beginning of year, the second one being the middle of year for both. And this is STAR
Growth report.
growth report, I'm not sure if it's reading or math.
Now, we just got STAR in November, so November was the first time that we took an assessment, and then now our second assessment. And then if they change levels, it'll show the color coding.
And then this is also STAR, this is the record report, so they can see, and it has the arrows showing if they went up or down. And then this is the standard report from STAR, so they can see for each student, like over here would be the students' names, and the teacher can see for each standard how they perform on a 0 to 100 scale.
So each student can see this?
Well,
Well,
yeah,
the teacher.
confident is like if it's individualized, but like here confidentially, I cut off the part screenshot wise, the names to the left. But this is more teacher planning the whole report, and then there is an individual student report.
So they get to see
The
In
teacher
color
can share it
coded,
with them,
yeah.
yes.
with a color coded,
Yes.
right.
And so is each line then representative, I should
Of
say
a
each
domain of a
row.
standard, of a
It's a
child.
student.
So each row individually is for a
Yes, one
specific
student,
child?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I,
You had a question too?
Well, I think I
Okay.
have the same question, cause there's certain cells there, that there's like LC two on the
Yeah,
kindergarten one that I see, or TF,
Two
or CRF, are
slides
those?
prior.
Standards.
On the
Standards.
primary K2 at the top.
Oh,
That
so those
one
are
is
the
the-
categories,
But
like,
like, so you see
So
some
what do
cells,
those at the
like
bottom
LK,
stand for?
PA.
Oh,
test, this down here?
Yeah.
Yes, so iStation tests on domains of reading and math. So the iStation reading report is listening, speaking, spelling, vocabulary comprehension, phonemic awareness, letter knowledge. And so it's the foundational skills of reading. And then math, oh no, this is just the reading example from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year.
We just weren't certain why there were gaps.
Yeah.
Because there were,
With the.
Awareness test,
So-
yes, test on that sort. So first grade doesn't test on text fluency.
Right.
Text
Got it.
fluency don't come in until maybe
Second.
mid-second.
Yeah, that's
got
what
it.
it is.
That's what we were just wanting, we were.
But
Thank you.
Glad we could answer your questions.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
going.
well, yeah, it
first
just,
grade actually has the most subcategories that they're tested on than any other grade level, just because of the letter knowledge and the.
They're in that transitional phase where, you know, the phonemic awareness and the foundational skills to then becoming that reader. Learn to read, read to learn-ish.
So there's a lot of red,
In the beginning,
okay, this is beginning August 23rd. Do you have any idea or percentage wise where you're at now?
So the second one is December.
one to the right,
Okay.
that's December.
And we're not even done yet.
Well,
the goal is green by the end of the year, yes.
see, green is
Want them to
good,
be prepared.
red is not, but guess what? There's less red on the right side. So I look at it basic like that, you know? So
The red is shrinking, the green is growing. That is good.
that's what I wanna see,
Green, good.
okay.
Goals
First
are
time we're
good
seeing
too.
it, so-
Okay, so,
Okay, so
um,
feel free to raise your hand.
Oh, good, thank you.
And then back to fourth grade,
fourth grade data questions?
I just wanted, just the presentation, the visual presentation. The first horizontal bar graphs are for math.
Reading.
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 It says percentage.
Reading, math.
Okay,
Math's on
The
the bottom.
second one is math.
and I'm trying to see this, beginning. I see there's more green.
It's really hard to see.
So the green went from 17% to 33%.
That's good.
The middle yellow near target went from 44 to 23. So
That's good.
some of those went to the green to bring that to 33%. The need support went from 38 to 44.
Okay. That's what we needed to just get a understanding of.
And the IMASA
So there's
is-
improvement.
The IMASA is an assessment they take that's what their skills should be by the end of the year. So even though we give it at the beginning, they are tested on things that they may not learn till March or April. It is what a well-rounded student at the end of their grade level would look like. So you still have some
Yeah.
time to go?
It's
All
understand it. And then the other test, wait a minute. Fourth grade. You said that the shading in of that table,
The highlighted.
the highlighted, that's done by individual teachers. So it's actually by,
It was Miss B Hill's graph. When during her PLC, like I said, they were having good conversations. We just handed them their data. It was like, can we have a highlighter? What's the
So
cut
they went
score?
through the-
How many kids were 2 points away from the cut score? And they started analyzing. And, you know, like I said, I was preparing our presentation. I liked our data conversations and this was.
And then the data I provide is based on my students alone. I have a data tracking sheets that I do every single year. So I put in either their monthly scores that they do as far as STAR goes, and then IMASA I put in BOY, MOY in the end of the Y, and I sent it to Ms. Valdez as well when I did everything, because I was really excited that the majority of the kids had green showing growth.
Now, describe the one in the corner, or what does that dictate? There's a lot of red in that.
The upper right hand.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing as the previous slide that we said was the STAR standards report. The standards are the top column. So I can read the standard, it's a domain, and it says number and operations domain, and it says recognize that it is a multi-digit whole number. So a lot of what had been taught was green and yellow. Some of the other geometry or things that don't come into play into the DLP later, obvious red, and what we would take a look at here, I could drag that down or whatever, read that to you further if you'd like to, but it's those standards conversations that we have in our PLCs.
So the red still means, what is it? To go, needs support?
I was gonna say, yes, red is bad, green is good, not mastered. When have we taught this in the DLP yet? Does this need to be reviewed in our interventions in the afternoon? Or is it in the later DLP or, constant review? It's not just because it's in the DLP in this week or this 9 weeks. We need to systematically be spiraling and reviewing because, they are kids and they go to sleep at night and need to be reminded.
Do they desegregate? Do they desegregate their data?
At-risk populations, you're still working on those?
Yeah. Like, are we still talking about?
Disaggregation
what we do for
of,
at-risk students?
by at-risk populations, like special ed, ELs and stuff like that.
So like, any student that is struggling or at risk yes, so like Ms. Vihel had gone that slide, keep going back up,
Fourth,
one more. Right there. So that is an example of, just the teaching plan, teach, grade, reteach, intervene, assess, and whether it be an at-risk and ELL, our SIOP teaching strategies. But as Ms. Jaramillo's graph showed, when we see that from August to September to October, consistently maybe at that level 1, 2, or 3, no matter what cycle, what point they're at, we have those conversations in PLCs and then we document those in our MLSS plans. And whether it be this group of students is struggling with this skill, and that's gonna be a small group, same consistent MLSS plan for this small group, or it's targeted, prescribed one-on-one small group with consistent review in our MLSS plans or individual.
Madam President, how would you like me to title you? Is that fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What they've done is to tell us about what it is that the kids are going to learn.
Correct.
Then they told us what the assessments they're going to use to check to see if the kids learned it.
Yes.
Then they told us the data, how did they do?
Yes.
And then they told us what they're trying to do to help them, right?
Yes.
And then for those high flyers, which you can't forget, they told us again, gave us the data and the interventions. And this would be, Lane, excellent for the tribes to hear. This is this basically is the kind of stuff that tribes need to know. What kinds of interventions are we using for their kids?
Correct.
And it may even be of value to them. They may see that these things are going to work for them. So one of the things that is asked by PID and also by PID and also by our own strategic plan is how do the kids fare who are English learners? And how are the kids do who have IEPs? How are the kids do who are native? And so this data is the first cut because the data is fresh. We barely got the data in for some of that stuff, so my question would be to the board is, it would be to all of us, I guess, is how would we profile those kids in those categories to disaggregate the data and say, okay, how did the English learners do? How did the students with IEPs do? Now, that gives us information for those populations and also probably for reporting requirements. What we see is that probably the interventions that would be needed for those kids are listed here, from what I can tell.
And on the next slide.
And on the
So-
next slide,
At a continuous question for grade level team meetings, in addition to their PLCs, when, you know, I'll set the agenda, these are the things that I wanna know, they turn in their notes, is what are we doing, what are we doing to reach all students? And whether that be the at-risk student or those students who need that challenge of enrichment. And, they turn back in their notes with who's doing what within their intervention groups and what skill they're working on, and then we're coming back to PLCs. Well, how is this going? How is this skill happening? What is your group working on in those continuous conversations with analyzing the data, and what is your group working on, and this skill, this standard. And so if you go to the next slide, Dr. Martin, those were their exact conversations and exact examples from their grade level notes and PLCs with what they were working on within the past couple weeks.
What I like about it is the kids could actually see their.
Their own.
At the same
Their own.
time. Yep. So you can actually see where you're moving and that's just as exciting as about you or that teacher.
And it's understandable for parents because of the color coding, but it's grade equivalency. So we're not talking about scale score points with, you know, where your kid should be is 1184 right now, but it's grade equivalency that parents understand that at the beginning of 5th grade, they should be at a 5.0 and expect whether they need makeup growth or expect a year's growth. And kids see, I've made 3 months growth or 0.3 growth. So kids understand, parents understand.
Very true.
And how often are the kids seeing, the students seeing?
As frequently as teachers give that report, they're eager to ask their teachers, and teachers have those conversations. So most have with STAR monthly. It's immediate feedback that they could see those goals and conversations with, because IMASA beginning, middle, and end of the year isn't enough.
And are they logging on and doing their STAR reading daily, weekly?
So STAR reading is an assessment that the teachers have to proctor. The teachers have to put in their passwords to proctor them giving that assessment. It's 35 questions, you know, starts out basic fluency and then, vocabulary to then some comprehension questions. And the same thing for math. So they could time out of a question because it's also testing fluency at the same time. But so that's given once a month. But there is other programs that they can log into practice, such as Lexia, Reflex, or Frax, or things like that, that they can continuously log into. iStation, that's also given once a month for the littles, has their learning path and progress. But what does speak to STAR is their AR. So it gauges their reading levels and their zone of proximal development they should be reading in with their library books. And then their teachers talk to them, like, your goal is to read the 3 books a week, or for the littles, or however much to read weekly, little goals to 9-week goals.
amazing, eh?
Do you rate them according to like Lexile scores when they first start, and then, I guess monthly, look to see if they're meeting their or exceeding their Lexile scores, or?
So iStation has Lexile scores.
STAR can, it's just harder for kids to understand, which is why we talk to them about their ATOS or the grade equivalency.
Kids need to know if they are reading more fluently.
Right.
And they won't say fluent, and they should know. And the data needs to be easily understood by them. Madam President, this is one of the things that the state, our association has been wanting schools to do, is to spend more time getting educated about student outcomes, so that we focus our governance on student outcomes like this. I think this is an excellent model of how we can do that so that it matches that we're in sync with them. And that's how we would look at it. They're still getting the first cut of trying to do this because the mid-year has come and the IMASA, I guess we just got the results back. They administered that test in December. And so they're still analyzing it. But I think that that's excellent, particularly when students are knowing themselves personally. Am I getting better? Is my reading getting better? Are the books that am I enjoying reading? That's one of the bottom line is, do I enjoy reading?
Sure.
Do you have actual print pages of the different charts that are lumped together in one? This is really hard to read and look at the scores.
The slides are small.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just, our eyes are senior, we have senior eyes, and so we sometimes get, but we understand, is that
Your sixth grade math data looks great.
yeah. So it's a lot of information. This is the
And
first time.
fourth grade reading data.
All right, if there are no more questions, we'll let you wrap up.
They have one last slide.
I know, that's what we were going for.
So this is a good slide because talks a lot to what you're talking about. Students being in charge of their own goals. So we've been advertising what they can receive at the end of the quarter if they reach their AR goals. We had 134 students meet their first quarter AR goal, and they got to do karaoke and have cookies. For the second quarter, we had 197 students reach it. So this is their daily, they are in charge of that if they want to read to reach their goal or if they don't. 197 students made gingerbread houses.
But at the beginning of the year, the first quarter, we had 134 students reach their AR goal. That's excluding kindergartners because kindergartners weren't ready to check out library books at that quarter one beginning. Since then, all of kindergarten is readers, testers, part of that goal group. And so then that improved to 197 students reaching their AR goal. Another thing that we hear has improved this year is with hopefully our goodness in wanting to be at school is our attendance report. Last year at the end of the 40th day report, 91% of our students were in school. And at this school year, our 40th day report, 94% of our population was in school.
Congratulations.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
And the last slide says thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I do want to commend Mount Taylor. I've been there quite a bit. I was there this morning and they're doing great things. They're making positive changes. They're growing their students. So keep up the good work, Mount Taylor Elementary.
Yes.
And thank you for our leadership team and sitting through
Yes, a
all
lot.
of that great haired stuff.
And just to make a note, attendance, most people we used to tell our kids is, you'll pass as long as you're there. So
Yes.
if you're there, you're gonna make it. And so you just gotta get in there and it looks like 94% of showing up.
Mrs. Valdez has not, her hair has not turned gray. Today is the 100th day of school and she wore her gray hair for you today.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And now we will move on to,
Hold on.
item C, the legislative program and roundhouse legislator visit.
So we included this, as most of you probably know, Ms. Sandoval has been reaching out, trying to get folks to commit to going to the New Mexico School Board Association Conference. It's happening in Santa Fe, February 1st through February 3rd. The legislative program and roundhouse legislator visit is set for February 1st. And so if you're planning to attend the conference, it's recommended, as you know, the session is starting this week, today. And so if you are planning, it's a good time to collaborate with our legislators and talk about agendas and where we're at. As we attend the conference, we'll find out about upcoming information and legislation that impacts school districts. As you probably know, there's a lot of discussion about 4-day school weeks and 5-day school weeks and budget and money, and so it would be beneficial to us to visit with any of our legislators when we're there at the conference.
Can we actually schedule a meeting with them? Because last year I went and our representative was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
Yes, and usually what what the School Board Association recommends is that you schedule that in advance.
Yeah, that's
And so,
maybe she can do that, because I tried several times to meet with Mr. Garcia, but I think he showed up about 5 minutes before noontime.
You signed in and wait.
yeah, if you are planning to attend, let Ms. Sandoval know and she will make sure that you have hotel accommodations and the travel is set, so.
Very good.
I think you're probably already working on it, getting them emails so that they can receive these.
Thank you.
All right, and then item D, resolutions and application to issue 2024 general obligation bonds. Regina, how would you say that last name?
It's Regina.
Regina.
Yeah.
And Arthur, they're actually joining us from Zoom, and so they'll be presenting that information.
Eric Kerrigan is actually so let me just preface this, as you know, the voters approved the $20 million bond back in November. Art is our attorney who helps us with everything bond related, make sure that we're on track legally. Eric Harrigan is part of RBC Capital. They're our bond advisors. They help us determine how much capacity we have to borrow, how we're going to use the funds. They also represent us when we go to the New Mexico Financing Authority, which they'll talk about when that's going to happen. They put all the packet together. They work with the NMFA to help represent us there. When that meeting is scheduled with the board of directors to sell the bonds, then I'm involved with that. And they're here to formalize the board's approval of going to the New Mexico Financing Authority for the sale of the bonds. So with that, I'll give it over to Mr. Melendez.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I may defer to Eric, who you have some financial information, I think, Eric, that would be helpful before we do a actual vote.
Yes, good evening, Madam President and board members. This is Eric Harrigan with RBC Capital Markets. I seem to be having difficulty with my video, but hopefully you can see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. So, just to preface, this presentation will go into and be part of your first action item. And this is authorizing the issuance of voter authorized general obligation bonds and also approving an application resolution to go to have the New Mexico Finance Authority buy these bonds. I'll give a kind of a brief presentation and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. And then if not, I can turn it over to Art Melendres. So we do track your assessed valuation very closely from year to year. This is an important component of the district. It determines how much debt you can retire, given your tax rate, as well as it also plays into the size of your elections. Last year, you had very strong growth in your tax base, over a little over 7%. This year, for 2020, the tax year 2023, fiscal year 2024, just a little bit more than 2.8% growth, but you did have strong growth in your residential tax base. We have provided your history of tax rates. The issuance of these bonds will continue to maintain the district's historical $8.80 tax rate dedicated for your general obligation bonds. You can see on the following page, this is your debt profile. Your debt pays off quite rapidly. This allows the district to layer in additional bonds and maintain that $8.80 tax rate. So in this past November, voters authorized a total of 20 million of general obligation bonds. This first issuance of will be 10 million. And then the next series will be sold in 2026 and 2027, both in the estimated amount of 5 million. Those could change a little bit depending upon what the district's needs are. And then the next election is scheduled for November of 2031 in the amount of 10 million. The most recent SB 9 election was held in November of 2021. That authorization is good for a period of 6 years. But to make sure that the tax doesn't lapse, we'd be looking at going back to voters in 2025 for additional authorization. District is approximately 46% bonded to capacity. And just to kind of show you what your historical, current, and future elections look like. Again, as mentioned, this past November, voters authorized 20 million. We anticipate the next election to be in 2031. However, given, your growth, it is possible that you might be able to go back to voters a little bit sooner, but that will be based upon what your tax base does. We have just from a timing standpoint, subject to your approval this evening, we will then go on to the New Mexico Finance Authority Board. Their board meeting will approve the loan at their January 25th meeting. And then we would set interest rates the following week. We would lock in rates for the length of the loan. And then closing would occur on February 23rd. And that's when funds would be available for the district to begin to requisition and expend on the various projects. I have a few slides on the market, which I will not go through, but just really kind of highlight this past year. We saw a run up of interest rates because of the Federal Reserve was raising the overnight lending rate to combat inflation. However, beginning in October, we really saw a fairly significant rally in rates, and rates have since come down about 70 basis points from their highs of last year. And we do anticipate that the district will be able to achieve favorable rates through the New Mexico Finance Authority. With that, I would be happy to turn it over to Mr. Melendres with the Modular Law Firm, or also answer any questions that you have about the process or the financing.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, Madam Board members, we have before you in your packet a resolution and delegation of authority resolution. And the purpose of this, if you approve, is to allow your administration, working with the board president, to go forward to a sale of your bonds to the New Mexico Finance Authority with a 14-year maturity schedule. The bonds would be paid off between 2025 and 2038. We actually, as Eric said, expect the interest rate to be very good because rates are starting to come down. And on January 31st is the date that we would do what we call pricing, which is set the interest rate on your bonds. At that time, we will ask the board president and the board secretary to sign a pricing certificate and award the sale of the bonds to the New Mexico Finance Authority. That is why we have the delegation of authority in accordance with state law, so that we don't have to try to schedule another meeting. If there are any changes in the market, we can be flexible with the superintendent and the board president picking the exact time to sign the bond award. The rest of that resolution is all in accordance with both state and federal law, federal tax law. And with that, I would answer any questions you may have, and then following questions, turn it back to the superintendent for his recommendation of approval.
Are there any questions?
Yes,
Mr.
so those
Jaramillo.
ones that are in bold, those are the critical dates, like the 25th. Today, of course, voting on it. Then we send it to the New Mexico Finance Authority on the 25th of January. Are they going to approve it?
I certainly anticipate that they will say
So
yes.
we'll be right on target, so then we'll be ready to
Right.
start using the money on March 5th.
The 10 million.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Melendez. I appreciate your time and information.
Okay.
And so that moves into our action items. And item A is that approval. And so I recommend that we approve it.
Right. Is there a motion to approve the approval of resolutions and application to issue the 2024 general obligation bonds?
I'll move tonight to approve the resolution and application to the issue of the 2024 general obligation bonds.
And is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
So the motion to approve the resolutions and applications to issue the 2024 general obligations bond. The motion was made by Mr. Ron Ortiz and seconded by Dr. Guy Archambault to approve as presented.
Any final discussions?
Is there any discussion? All right, if there's,
We can go over those details
as I learned,
as we,
as we learn together. All right, then, roll call, correct? All right, roll call.
Dr. Guy Shambo,
yes.
Lena Bailey,
Yes.
Walter Jaramillo,
Yes.
Francie Lee,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Aye.
Madam President, just to clarify, let's make sure that Walter and I, Board Member Jaramillo and I, are clear is that when we make the motion in a second, then we give the time to have anybody state if they're in favor of, or if they're not in favor of.
That's good discussion.
That kind of discussion. What he was saying is, we should have a discussion, but when we just did, so the focus on the discussion after the motion is only to basically get any sense of position by person, whether they support it or not. And if there's none, then we just.
Once it goes into motion, we'll talk about it, but only 2 moments. And
You can talk about that and fine tune those things.
Okay. We appreciate that. So, motion carries.
Mrs. Lee, that takes us to item C.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you very much.
I'll preface that for you a little bit, since you guys are new. It's in policy that anytime we have donations to the schools, that those come before the board so that you are aware of those donations. The Laguna Development Corporation has made a donation to Laguna Acoma High School to the athletic programs. And so, thank you for being so patient tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Jennifer, and I'm gonna butcher your last name, Yoia?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Jennifer Yulie. I work with Laguna Development Corporation. I'm here on behalf of the ambassador program that just started. And I'm here to present donation from 66 Casino to Laguna Acoma High School Athletics Department in the amount of $889. I know the check is wrong, but check in hand says $889. I told them they must have took out a $2 fee for the printing.
That one's wonderful. That one's really neat.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Jennifer, we thank you for
I would
being
like
so
for now our
patient.
paychecks to be this. Can we get our paychecks?
This is for both boys and
And
girls.
so, Mrs. Lee, I recommend that we accept the donation.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
And we will, we'll let you guys know as to where, like, how we spent the money. It is specifically for athletics, but we'll let you guys know how that money is gonna be appropriate, how we're gonna use it. We have a lot of ideas.
Miss Davey had a question.
Yes, she was asking us for boys and girls.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I think the first thing we're gonna do is buy new chairs. They're very uncomfortable.
I was afraid my legs were gonna go numb.
Thank you so much. You have to listen to Acoma and for all of our students especially, that we really appreciate you guys. Building partnerships is one of our goals with Laguna Acoma, and this is a very big step for our goal.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Okay, so discussion prior to, no,
We discussed.
we've discussed, correct?
Yeah.
So, I ask for a motion to, approve the donation to Laguna Acoma High School Athletics from LDC, Laguna Development Corporation. And a second,
I'll second it.
so, motion is made by Ms. Daly. Hold on, just switch that, sorry. Motion was made by Ms. Daly, to approve and seconded by Dr. Archambault to approve the donation as presented. And now roll call.
Dr. Guy, Archambault,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly. Madam
Yes.
Francie Lee,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Aye.
So motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for
Thank you,
staying
ma'am.
so long.
That's okay.
Appreciate you. All right, so next is consent agenda.
Correct. The consent agenda is included in your binders. It is a bills and expenditure report for December of 2023. And you can go through this, you can look through it, and then I recommend we approve.
If there are any items that an individual board member desires to discuss separately, that person can make that request. Otherwise, the consent agenda is meant to expedite things. So it's presumed that one has looked at this, and we will make sure next time, enough time. And these are ordinary routine kinds of things. However, there may be some items that one in the future may say, I'd like to have some discussion on it. Maybe even have a vote on it separately. Otherwise, at this point, what he's asking you to do is to review this, and you will notice immediately that it's almost payroll. And so it's really difficult for you to say, well, I don't wanna pay, lose it. And so, so that's what it is, and then in essence, the rest of it are items that we may wish to see, and this is the time when you will begin to see the specific nature of expenditures. And so that's our business as a board, and Mr. Maldonado has given you the expenditure summary report. It's somewhat complex, and over time, this is one of the things that you will require a lot of study and paying attention to the kinds of line items and functions and all that. And you will get used to that, but you will start to see when you look through them all the different vendors. And it's easy to get caught up with the vendors. And I would suggest that if you do that, talk with them before the meeting so that you may be able to have any questions answered before the meeting. But otherwise, these are represent requisitions and obtaining of materials and supplies and services. And that's what is reflected here. And it's a huge budget.
Yes, so. Like I would say, I'm interested in the weather, and I'd like to see that we keep it as money in town, and use cameras in town, and that's what I'd love to make, if we can get us from
To the extent possible, Mr. Maldonado and the district
I trust that he
will look at those items, and a lot of them are going to be, they may be small items, they might be large. It could be those things that you have curiosity about, why is it so big? And so, but by and large, this is where you find out. And you know that if we report on each one of those, we'd be here till
Next year.
dawn.
Yes.
And so, there you go. So it's, you're able to entertain a motion.
Very good. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I so move.
And a second, nice. All right, so the motion was made by Dr. Archambault and seconded by Ms. Hunt Daly to approve the consent agenda as provided. Roll call, please.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Walter Pedemio. Yes. Nancy Lee,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Motion carries. So at this time, do I say
You state that we are now at the executive session. And then you state a motion. You state that that this motion, the executive session is to, and then you read the sections, and I'll follow along with you so that we make sure.
All right, so we're now at the executive session, where we will discuss limited personnel matters.
Continue on.
To review and discuss with the superintendent's evaluation, instrument and ongoing process, provide feedback on superintendent's performance. Discussion with the school district's attorney regarding superintendent evaluation and feedback. This is consistent with the Open Meetings Act and or authorities, and as any pending or threatened litigation pursuant to section 10-15-1H7 of the Open Meetings Act and under the attorney-client privilege in anticipation of and to prevent future litigation, no action will be taken, and only the items listed will be discussed.
Entertain a motion.
So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move to executive session.
I make that motion to enter into the executive session for the purposes as described.
Is there a second? All right, at this time, the motion was made by Dr. Archambeau and seconded by Walter Jaramillo to move to executive session, so roll call.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Emily Hunt Daly,
Yes.
Walter Jaramillo,
Yes.
Francine Lee,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Motion carries. So we go now
8:06.
in executive session. We can take 5 minutes to stretch our legs and reconvene.
And we can we'll stay here. Yeah, we'll-
We're just talking about.
Yeah, why did you fire them?
We'll meet,
We're not passed out to check into that. My fireflies dropped off.
It dropped off?
It's not on there anymore. I wonder if it's only for so long.
Oh, no, sometimes it's only for like 30 minutes. I've seen those, I've been in meetings and I can get on to somebody else's, I've never done it by myself.
That's not gonna help me. You got the first part of it. Okay, we're unmuted.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I would seek a motion to reconvene into open session. And I will state that no action was taken and only the items listed were discussed during executive session. And may I have a motion to reconvene, please?
I'll make a motion to reconvene.
Mr. Arroyo made the motion to reconvene. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Ortiz seconded that motion. So roll call.
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Walter Hadamio,
Yes.
Francie Lee,
Aye.
Robert Ortiz.
Aye.
Motion carries. So next on the agenda is the proposed A, B, C, D dates regarding training and the proposed meetings. At this time, I believe Mr. Weidner and I will firm up said dates. And we will be able to get that information back to you all. And then are there any agenda items that anybody would like to add in the future at this point? All right, then at this point, I make a motion, I ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, at this time, Dr. Archambault made the motion that we adjourn, and Mr. Jaramillo seconded that motion. May we have a roll call, please?
Dr. Guyer Shambo,
Yes.
Walter Hadamio,
Yes.
Francie Lee,
Aye.
Ron Ortiz.
Motion carried.
Meeting is
adjourned
At-
at 9:13 PM.
Good job, guys.
Not bad.
Is it longer than that?
Good.